colleagues, senators, central staff and senatorial staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience, the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing for Thursday, April 24th, 2025 is hereby called to order. As customary, at the opening of each of my committee hearings and before we proceed to roll call, I take time and a few moments to highlight significant celebrations for the month. With that being said, the month of April is recognized as National Volunteer Month and Fair Housing Month. National Volunteer Month is an annual celebration that recognizes and empowers those who willingly donate their time, skills, and energy to a variety of causes. In just about every area of our community and in our world society, there is a new need and a renewed need for volunteers. In our churches, our schools, charitable organizations, youth organizations for environmental causes, and more. Thank you for all you do, those of you who volunteer and take part, for your contribution of your time and skills to help where help is needed and, more importantly, required. You make a difference, and our community is thankful for your time and your service in teaching, helping, and serving others. In April, we celebrate National Fair Housing Month to remember the day the Fair Housing Act was signed into law and to bring attention to how important fair housing is. Fair housing is the principle that everyone should have the same chances in the housing market, no matter their race, color, ethnicity, nationality, gender, sex, family status, or disability. Promoting fair housing makes our communities more welcoming to everyone and value diversity and equal chance. Fair housing rules help break down barriers and allow for an even playing field for our people. These barriers that have been erected over many years include history led on racial and social economic segregation by stopping housing discrimination. And finally, as we celebrate St. Thomas Carnival in 2025, I urge everyone to prioritize safety as we immerse ourselves in the festival events. Let's come together in peace, unity, and love. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Angel Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator A. Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum present. This time, Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences to be read into the record today?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed.
Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair on Rules and Judiciary, from Avery L. Lewis, Senator of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Date, Thursday, April 24, 2025. Tardy arrival to the April 2024-25 Rules and Judiciary hearing. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I hope this correspondence reaches you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that I will be delayed to today's Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing due to a previously scheduled engagement. I note the importance of today's agenda items, and I look forward to weighing in on the discussion upon my arrival. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Best regards, Avery Lewis, Senator of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This ends the reading of the correspondences, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading today's agenda into the record, the first block.
Block 1, the Honorable Jessica Gallivan, 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Governor's renomination as Judge, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix District. This ends the reading of Block 1, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Just for the viewing and listening audience, we have a judge, a renomination of a judge that we're going to be considering today. This is a very important position within our community, and so we want to be able to give that position in itself sufficient time so that my colleagues and I can drill down to assure that the judge is going to be a great fit. She is a renomination to this position, and the governor has sent that renomination down. I believe it was in March. So we, at this committee, we are moving expeditiously to get the nominations. And before we go into that, I must say that we have been charged, this committee and myself as chair, to move nominations forward. We are experiencing a bit of a challenge with some of our due diligence in being able to move the nominees forward. We have a list of items that we have asked all nominees to complete. One of them is a background check, a NCIC background check. And so we are having some challenges on the executive level with VIPD in getting those completed timely. I did send a letter to the governor. I'm still awaiting his response, and this letter was sent last month because we are experiencing these issues. So what I have done, ultra varies, is to make the movement, because we don't want there to be a gap with our judicial branch being able to hear and to be able to render their judgments, because we know that if there's a gap, we're going to have a major backlog, and the judicial branch is already experiencing that level of backlog. And so this branch of government, the first branch, has taken the bull by the horn to write that letter, and I'm still awaiting a response from the governor to address those issues. We also have issues not only with the NCIC, but also with individuals' background check being not ready for the committee to be heard. We've had individuals, and these are all preliminary work that should have been completed by the executive branch of the government before they send down the nominees here. So we want to work with all branches of government to work together so that we can move forward productively as a government, knowing that we are answerable to the people of the Virgin Islands and the hard-working taxpayers for the work that we do. So this branch isn't about delaying, we are about pressing on regardless. In all of that being said, at this time, Judge Gallivan, I will ask you to Senate. At this time, I will ask you to kindly stand and be sworn in. Judge Gallivan. And please, you don't have to repeat after me, as you do when you're taking an oath, but you'll go, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do. Thank you. Kindly be seated. At this time, the chair would like to recognize the undoubtedly great senator from Christiansted, and also the committee chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Senator Noville E. Francis Jr. Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Jr., for being here, and I would say being on time, ahead of some of my members. Thank you so kindly, and you've always been that way, so I appreciate that deeply. So we also have within our chambers and ready here to testify, we have Attorney Russell Pate, who is the president of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. And we also have Attorney Adrian Dudley, a real stable person in our legal community in the St. Thomas, St. John district. I want to welcome both of you to the Fritz E. Lowette's conference room here on the big sister island of St. Croix. And I'm very grateful that you're both in attendance. What I will ask is that we will have your testimony read into the record, and then also after that, we will ask Judge Gallivan to present her testimony. So we will start with you, Mr. President Pate, and then we will shift to Attorney Adrian Dudley. Kindly proceed.
Good morning, Senate body. Good morning, listening audience. This is Russell Pate, as president of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. I keep my comments very short. Judge Gallivan is known for her work ethic, her judicial temperament, her excellent reputation, her professionalism, and that I and the bar support her renomination. Very short. As to what the chair had spoken about on a background check, I will tell you that the Supreme Court has Office of Disciplinary Counsel and also a Judicial Counsel. If any member actually had a felony or crime of moral turpitude, you wouldn't need a background check. That would be caught by the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. So as far as judicial and attorneys that are coming up for nominations for judgeships, you really, the background check is kind of belt and suspenders. I don't think that's something that you need to worry about on these type of renominations or appointments. Thank you.
And hence why we proceeded.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Now, Senator Adrian Dudley. I'm so sorry. Attorney Adrian Dudley.
That was a slip.
That was a Freudian slip, yes, indeed. Attorney Adrian Dudley, kindly proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Rules Committee Chair, Senator Carla Joseph. Good morning, members of the committee, and the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Maurice James, Senator Angel Bolquez, and Senator Alma Heiliger, as well as Senator Noville Francis. I bring you greetings as chair of the Judiciary Committee of the Virgin Islands, and I thank the listening and viewing audience as well to view this very, very important renomination to the family court. The renomination of Judge Gallivan is essential because she has exceptional qualities and unwavering dedication to the job. She examines and cares about the well-being of each person that comes before her. Her high intelligence, coupled with her kind and understanding nature, allow her to connect deeply with the children and families who appear before her. She solves their issues by hearing their voices, and she meets their needs in any way she knows how, drawing upon the resources available to her in our community. Her commitment is exemplified by her hosting of the annual toy drive and holiday party for the children that come before her. Judge Gallivan takes her responsibilities seriously. Her decisions and consistently wise and thoughtful reflections demonstrate her knowledge of family law and her genuine concern for the welfare of those before her. Finally, she demonstrates remarkable patience with the attorneys, with the litigants, and especially with the children. She fosters a collaborative atmosphere that enhances the overall justice process. Renominating Judge Gallivan ensures continued compassion, fairness, and excellence in the family court of the territory. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you and make these remarks.
And thank you so kindly, Attorney Dudley, for flying over from St. Thomas to be here in person to make those very critical, important remarks so that we have a great basis to have a wonderful discussion with Judge Gallivan this morning. At this time, I would like to also recognize the chairwoman of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, the Honorable Maurice James. And thank you so much for being here. This time, colleagues, we are going to receive the testimony. Judge Gallivan, your testimony, and you can kindly proceed with reading your submitted testimony into the record.
Good morning, members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Good morning to friends, family, colleagues, co-workers, and to my staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. I am Jessica Gallivan, and I am here in support of my nomination to serve a second term as Superior Court Judge, assigned predominantly to the Family Court Division pursuant to Title IV, Virgin Islands Code, Section 172, and Title IV, Virgin Islands Code, Section 171, subsection C. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and to answer any questions you might have at the end of my presentation. I would also like to publicly thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan for the confidence he has shown in nominating me to serve, now for the second time. On May 16th, 2025, I will have served for 6 years as a Superior Court Judge. At the end of June 2025, I will have served as a jurist in the Virgin Islands for 16 years. I have one of the most active calendars. I am in hearings nearly every day, and my office produces thousands of orders each year. My clearance rate is very high, and my docket numbers are reflective of the hard work performed on a daily basis by me, my chamber staff, the clerk of court, and the marshal's division. I am proud to note that in the almost 6 years that I have served as a Superior Court Judge, I have entered more than 11,310 orders and closed, as of April 16th, 2025, some 1,657 cases. My current case log is 203 cases, Although 14 of these are conservatorships, 116 are guardianships, and 13 are involuntary commitments. But performance as a judge cannot be all about numbers, though they are decidedly important. Therefore, in my presentation today, I hope to inform you of the type of judge and person that I am and/or aspire to be. Speaking about myself and even lauding myself is difficult, so bear with me. I was born to my married parents, Marie Louise Gallivan, Espinosa Gallivan, and Joseph John Gallivan in Miami, Florida. While my mother was born on St. Croix, she was living and working in Miami at the time she met my father. I am the granddaughter of Margaret Pedersen Espinosa and Pedro Espinosa Almestica. My grandmother was born on St. Croix, and my grandfather migrated to St. Croix from Culebra. Senator and attorney Maurice James is my first cousin, and I still break up when I say that, as her mother and my mother were sisters. Our family's roots on St. Croix date back to the 1800s. The Virgin Islands is and always has been my home, and I am, like others in my family, dedicated to our Virgin Islands community. When my mother and father divorced, she brought my siblings and me back to the Virgin Islands. Facing the prospect of life as a divorcee with small children, we moved into the John F. housing community. We did not have much. In fact, we were poor. But my mother saw to it that. My mother saw to it that we received a parochial elementary education at the St. Mary's Catholic School. I later attended and graduated from the St. Croix Central High School in 1981. I attended the University of the Virgin Islands, where I graduated with a bachelor's and master's degree in business administration in 1987 and 1992. In 1992, I enrolled in law school at the Southern Methodist University, Dedman School of Law in Dallas, Texas. I obtained my Juris Doctorate in 1995, 30 years ago. I'm admitted to practice in the state of Texas since 1995 and in the Virgin Islands since February 1996. I have worked as a student attorney and chief student counsel in SMU's immigration clinic. I have clerked for a most learned judge in the person of the Honorable Ishmael A. Myers. And I have worked in private practice for prominent and successful attorneys in matters such as family and domestic issues, insurance defense, labor litigation, and criminal defense. I have been the beneficiary of mentorship from colleagues such as the Honorable Patricia D. Steele. Emphatically, I note that I have achieved the most satisfaction in my legal career from public sector work, such as my work as an assistant attorney general, as a chief labor negotiator, as a magistrate judge, and now a trial judge. I love my job as a judge, and I am intentional about it. I help people find workable solutions to their everyday and sometimes not so everyday issues. Some I see in hearings, and some I simply process their paperwork. Some can be unruly, and some challenging and unpredictable, but all deserve respect, an efficient and fair proceeding, and a just outcome, and I work daily to make this happen. I interact with court staff, lawyers, litigants, department representatives, and busy professionals. I serve families, including children, people with intellectual disabilities and mental diseases, and people who are just trying to make it. I strive to listen intently to each side's evidence and argument. I do my best to wait patiently for all of the evidence before drawing any conclusions or making any final judgment. I aim to make decisions free of bias or prejudice, whether conscious or unconscious. I am open to being corrected, to seeing things I had not seen before, and I believe that I can learn from anyone. I do not hold myself out as aloof, but as a mere public servant, given the privilege to make decisions when others cannot or will not. And, as always, I aim to help and not hurt. Outside of court, I have helped coordinate jobs and summer employment for our youth. I have matched some with mentors, and I often meet and talk with them. I have visited our schools and Head Start programs and read to children, and I have made school presentations. Almost every year since I've been on the bench, I have hosted young high school students for a week to learn about our court system. For the last 2 years, my office has hosted, in conjunction with the court's improvement program, gatherings for at-risk youth. This last year, the gathering included a tour of the medical simulation facility at the University of the Virgin Islands. In 2023, I organized a cleanup of the Youth Rehabilitation Center, where a group of us cleaned, painted, and planted alongside some of the youth who were placed there. Among the most difficult cases I hear are those involving abused and neglected children and the mentally ill. I work arduously to meet benchmarks for moving a case involving children from removal to permanency, whether through reunification or alternative placements. For those involuntarily committed, I insist on regular proceedings to review their care, ensure their appropriate treatment, and their return to the community once they no longer meet the criteria for commitment. Together, I believe we have raised the standard for addressing, managing, and caring for these vulnerable populations. Is there more work to do? Most definitely. But I am committed to the task. If confirmed, I will bring the same energy to processing my cases timely and efficiently. I will continue to be a jurist who is experienced, active, learned, compassionate, caring, hardworking, connected to our community, firm, fair, sympathetic and empathetic to the plight of the poor and underserved. I will remain open to learning with a sincere desire to serve well. I will continue to respect and apply the rule of law. I respectfully ask for your approval, and I invite you now to ask questions.
Thank you so much, Judge Gallivan, for that very involved background, and I especially enjoyed hearing the numbers of cases that you have cleared, indicating that you are doing the people's work and the taxpayers' work here. And I also was very inspired by your background coming from public housing. I'm familiar with John F. Kennedy housing community myself, and I'm also a product of public housing, and you lend a really great level of authenticity to your work, having been in the trenches personally and knowing some of the issues that your clients and the persons who come before you face. So I really appreciate that. Colleagues, we are going to begin with one round. And if we need an additional round, we can have that additional round of 7 minutes. And we are going to begin with Senator Angel Boquez Jr., and then we will go to Senator Francis, then Senator Potter, Senate President Potter, then Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Joseph Jr., Maurice C. James, Senator James, and myself. And if any other senator comes in, we'll just populate as we go. With that being said, Senator Bolkes, you are recognized for your 7-minute. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Madam Chair, good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to the Honorable Judge Gallivan here today for this reconfirmation. Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning, Senator. I'm well, thank you.
Very well, good, good. Judge Gallivan, you have a lot of extensive experience in what you do, and it's not a surprise that you're up for renomination. But given your daily interactions with the families in crisis and at-risk youth, what do you see as some of the most pressing social challenges currently affecting children and families here in the Virgin Islands?
Among the most pressing issues are mental health challenges, poverty, educational issues, not having access to the same opportunities as people who are better off financially. Yes, I think that those would be the predominant issues facing a lot of our families: drugs, crime.
There's definitely not a lack of issues and problems that come your way in your capacity, and I know that it's likely a very challenging job. Can you share with us some of the things that you feel in those extensive cases that you've had to preside over involving abuse and neglect? What gaps or deficiencies have you observed in the current child welfare protection systems of the Virgin Islands?
Of great concern to me is the fact that we have seen a sharp decline in the number of child abuse and neglect cases being filed. For example, none have been filed to date for this year, and last year, I believe only one case was filed. And I think that that is incongruent with what we see reported in the press about children being sexually abused, about children being physically abused, about what is often reported in the schools. So I think that there is a disconnect there. It may have a lot to do with the adoption of the Title IV-E process and the process by which the court is constrained to move cases timely through the system. But yes, there is also a gap in the provision of services, identifying and offering and administering programs to at-risk youth is something that we all need to spend a lot more energy on.
Thank you so much for sharing that information. This body moved in the last legislature to move an act for Child Victim Witnesses' Rights Act. I'm curious to know if the courts have begun any efforts in trying to implement the provisions of that act as yet.
Not as yet, no. But not that I'm aware of anyway.
Definitely. Okay, very well. And as a judge who frequently sees the outcomes of systemic failures, what preventative measures or policy changes do you believe could reduce caseloads for family and juvenile courts in the long term?
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
I'm saying that you've seen many systemic trends as a judge, and I was wondering what preventative measures or policy changes do you believe would reduce any of those systemic trends in the family and juvenile court systems?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So do
Are
you
you
believe
asking
that there needs
from a court standpoint or
Yes. Yes, legislative.
in reduced? Oh. Can you ask your question again? Because I don't think I understood it. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I'm trying to find
Well,
out
I'm not
if
sure it's
you have
you, but-
any, if you have any changes, any policy changes in legislation concerning the family and juvenile court system that would better suit the judicial, basically.
I personally haven't
Any-
formulated any legislation or thought. There are some policy changes that I think should be adopted. For example, one of the things that I literally included it in an order, I think that the Department of Human Services, for example, has to identify and develop a central system for storing and maintaining information about children and families. Right now, they,
1 minute.
as I understand it, if I may finish, they put all of their documents on Google. And it concerns me because of confidentiality and also because I'm not sure that it gives them the ability to cross-reference information when it comes to treating and providing services to families. And also,
30 seconds.
that's it. That's what first comes to mind, that they need to develop a central system for storing and keeping information so that when you provide services to children and families, you have that information. One agency, one department, one division should have all of that information in order to make better decisions.
Okay, very well,
Time.
thank you. And before my time expires, Madam Chair, may I
You could
conclude?
proceed to wrap up, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Judge Gallivan, if reconfirmed, how would you measure your success in your second term? What are some of the goals or benchmarks that you're looking forward to accomplishing during the second term? And thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
In my second term, I hope to continue to be timely and efficient in the processing of my docket. I think that the court has a responsibility to process its cases to see that people have access to justice. One of the things that I would like to do in my second term is to have those forms that we have developed to aid particularly pro se litigants put on our court website so that they would have access to those. They'd be able to process their own cases. In my second term, if I have an opportunity, I would like to see there be some sort of hybrid approach to the processing of cases. I'm not necessarily sure it would work for both St. Thomas and St. Croix, but certainly on St. Croix, I think we have demonstrated that our caseload could be more diverse. With 203 cases, I'm not saying I don't have enough work to do, but 203 cases with 114 of them being guardianships tells you that my case load is a lot lower than some of the other judges. And in that respect, I'd like to see, in particular, there be some hybridization of the family court role with maybe the probate court or maybe the general civil and criminal division. I think we can still achieve the intended result of having a designated family court judge, but also having someone who shares some of the responsibilities of the other types of cases. That may not be, well, that is not up to me, but that's also something that I would like to foster in my second term. So changing the narrative of how we address our case logs.
Thank you so much, Judge Gallivan, for answering those questions. We'll now recognize Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. for his 7 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to the nominee, as well as to Attorney Pate and Attorney Dudley. Thank you for being here and supporting this wonderful nomination, renomination of Jessica Gallivan. So as I sat here and reflect, and we heard the testimony of Central High School, I could only remember that skinny, tall young lady in Central High School wearing the back brace, like my colleague, Senator Alicia Barnes at the time, kind of stuck out. And certainly you have come a long way, and thank you for being a role model for us from the housing community. Because while you were in Kennedy, I was over in Deschutes Bay Housing Community, and I think that we continue to be role models, that we could have good individuals coming out of our housing community, so thank you. I can't help to also, well, congratulations on your renomination, but I can't help to also think about the days that we have had, good times and bad times, but certainly fighting on the behalf of this government of the Virgin Islands and Office of Collective Bargaining, where we have gone to court to make sure that certain individuals do what they needed to do, and to protect this government in some instances, as well as to protect our government employees. So thank you for your work there in doing that. And I knew of the fire in your belly. You still have that fire?
I think so.
You do?
I think so.
You were well fiery in your days. You still got that, right?
I think so.
Okay. Because I know that you fought hard and strong. So I wanted to ask you, we all have strengths and weaknesses. Can you speak to 3 areas of your strengths?
I think that I have an extraordinary amount of compassion for the underserved, the poor, the mentally ill. I keep on my bench a sign that says, "You will be judged by how you treat the least among you." And so those cases are very, very important to me. And I work very hard to see that those people are treated with dignity and respect. So I think my compassion serves me well. My ability to empathize, as you noted, we don't just talk about coming from public housing because it's a thing. It is a sign that we persevered, that we, despite the challenges that we experienced growing up, health issues, coming from a single parent home, those things are meaningful. So they're as meaningful as me having been a rebellious youth. I'm not perfect. And so I find that I'm able to empathize with the juveniles that come in front of me. I literally said to a prosecutor recently, "You never fought when you were in high school?" That ability to empathize and to understand the plight of other people, I think, serves me well. I also think that I have a very strong work ethic. And I treat my cases as though each and every case is important, because in my mind, each and every case is important to someone. I try to...
3 minutes.
In this job, you don't make everybody happy. In fact, percentage-wise, one person is going to walk out of court thinking you don't know what you're doing and you made the wrong decision. and one person is going to think you walk on water.
So thank you for that. And I think I'm not going to ask about your weaknesses because I could be able to draw from that what your weaknesses may have been in talking about your strengths. But certainly I want to talk about your work ethics. And you talk about as well timely and efficient processing of your caseload. And my office have been inundated at times with complaints of backlog of cases and making sure that cases are resoluted in a timely and efficient manner. And I heard testimony recently where we talk about having a backlog of over 11,000 cases at the courts. And, it's critical because these affect families. These affect situations. This affect the community. These affect victims. And it's very important that we're able to navigate that. And I wanted to ask you, what are some of the nuances do you believe in the judiciary that again, hampers your ability? And of course, you talk about your work ethics, and I could appreciate that. But what are some of the nuances that may impact individuals being able to see timely and efficient resolution to cases?
Well, a number of things go into how quickly or how slowly a case progresses. Sometimes it's the attorneys. Sometimes it's the parties. Sometimes it's environmental challenges. We saw a lot of delays with COVID. And sometimes it's really the lack of resources that are provided to the court. We don't have, on a regular basis, we have a revolving door because we are unable to pay our employees the salaries that they deserve. And we're unable to recognize the hard work that a lot of our staff does.
So it's comprehensive and complex at times, and we should be able to work around those to make sure that we're providing some resolution to those committees. But more importantly, how are we keeping those individuals, the victims and the complainants, how are we keeping them engaged in terms of the updated in terms of the process of these cases so that they don't feel disenfranchised?
Well, I know that with the adoption of our electronic filing system and public access, people are able to access their cases. The public is able to access our cases, well, not the ones necessarily in family court, obviously, but by and large, that provides people with an avenue to be more engaged. I think that as cases continue to move and people see results, they'll continue to expect and have from the court a response that will keep them engaged.
Well,
It's a multi-faceted problem.
Well, again, thank you for saying that. And Madam Chair, can I just wrap up with one final question and a statement?
Because you asked so kindly, I will
That's the only way I know
definitely.
to be.
I would definitely allow you to wrap up with another statement because I know you're on a roll and you asked so kindly. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. You're so kind. So I noticed that, well, you mentioned that you're predominantly assigned to the family court. Is that your assignment, your family, and you do nothing outside of family? Or can you just expound a little bit and predominantly assigned to the family court?
As a family court judge, I hear abuse, neglect, custody, the general family court issues, but I also preside over petitions for review from the magistrate division in domestic violence and probate issues. And I also preside over appeals from the paternity and child support division of the Department of Justice.
Very well. So thank you. And my final statement is, again, I think it's important that we're able to navigate the nuances that you spoke about with the court system and judiciary, similar to the legislature a lot of times, in terms of the funding to be able and the resources to be able to get your job done. Because at the end of the day, I think it's necessary for us to be able to provide timely resolution to cases and these matters that need to be taken care of. Otherwise, again, we're going to have individuals taking matters into their own hands and created more of a situation. So as the chair of Budget Appropriations and Finance, I'll continue to be deliberate in how we could be able to, again, support and assist the judiciary in overcoming those resources issue. But we need to ensure that our judges and our court continue to process cases in a timely and efficient manner. Thank you very much and good luck. I'm not a member of this committee, but you certainly have my vote and session day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. At this time, the chair would like to recognize the vice chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Madam Clerk, kindly mark Senator Gittins as present and kindly provide us with the total tally of members present for today's hearing.
Madam Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Milton Potter, Senate President of the 36th Legislature. Senator Potter, kindly proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Special good morning to the testifiers, in particular, the lady of the hour, Judge Jessica Gallivan. I had the opportunity to work with Judge Gallivan many, many years ago at the Office of Collective Bargaining, and I can really personally speak to her character, her talent, and her work ethic. You know, they were absolutely all above reproach. I wanted to piggyback Judge Gallivan on what my colleague just prior to me mentioned, and that is the large number of outstanding cases at the Superior Court, as was reported to us earlier this year. And he asked you basically, you know, what contributes to this? And I think we're asking you because you have an extraordinary case closure record. Seems like you have a level of effectiveness and efficiency in moving cases along. When he asked you, I think your response was somewhat diplomatic. You said sometimes it's the attorney, sometimes it's the client, sometimes... You never said that the judiciary, the judges themselves may have, albeit maybe a small fraction, a small role to play. Is there a role that judges might play in the lack of, you know, expeditious movement of cases sometimes?
Yes.
You care to elaborate just a little bit?
I believe,
just so we can get an understanding.
Well, I firmly believe that my colleagues are as dedicated to the timely movement of their cases. I have no reason to doubt that. I think that there's a tension between how fast you move your cases and how quickly you can do that if there's a push and pull between the attorneys and the litigants. No one wants to face being overturned. Everyone wants to address a case with a certain amount of flexibility, a certain amount of temperance. And so I think there might, and this is just a guess on my part because I haven't studied it or surveyed my colleagues, but I believe, and knowing myself, there have been times when I have been reluctant to say, no continuance, let's move forward. Because then I have to concern myself with whether or not my decision to not grant a continuance will somehow reflect on.
Gotcha.
And no one wants to process a case from beginning to end and then have it appealed and overturned because you did not give a continuance or grant a continuance when one was possible.
Understood. I'll accept that answer. I won't probe anymore. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You noted, Judge Gallivan, that family court cases involving abused and neglected children were among the most difficult, or are among the most difficult. How has your approach to these cases evolved over your first 6 years on the bench?
I think there's always room for growth. I think I have grown. I think I've learned to weigh that some of the responses from some of the agencies, in particular the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services, may not necessarily come from a lack of care or concern, but maybe a lack of resources as well. So there are times when I've worked towards not necessarily being less firm, but certainly more understanding of the failures, the inability to get things done on time, the frustrations that come to the court because they haven't taken a particular course of action that they were ordered to take. So it is a constant need to balance the interest and the desire to move things to completion with the realities that come along with dealing with government agencies and government representatives.
Resources. Understood. What do you see as the most significant legal or social challenge facing the VI court system today? And how do how would you address it in your second term?
Well, I wouldn't be addressing it.
1 minute.
Because the most significant challenge to the court appears to be the lack of funding, the lack of support for the court and its resources. We must have the resources that we need in order to be able to provide the type of response that we're expected to. We just cannot continue to operate in the mode that we have been. Our employees, our best employees, are constantly being stolen by firms, by other government agencies, because they're able to offer the salaries that the court apparently cannot. Sometimes we don't have the material resources that we need. Our building needs help, right? Just drive by the Superior Court on any given day, and there are concerns about safety, there's concerns about aesthetics. The court needs resources in order to operate. So that's a big concern.
Thank you.
If not the biggest concern.
Thank you. My final question.
30 seconds.
You mentioned making decisions free of bias or prejudice, whether conscious or unconscious. How do you personally identify and guard against unconscious biases when presiding over cases?
That's an excellent question. As a judge, you have to constantly reassess. You have to spend time with the facts, with the evidence and the law. You cannot be too hasty. One of my favorite stories, if you'll permit me, was when I clerked for Judge Ishmael Myers. And he had a very, very difficult decision to make. And I found he didn't come out from wherever he was. I didn't know where he was. And I went looking for him. And I found him in the little vestibule between the courtroom and his chambers. And he was in there praying. And from that, I gathered, once I became a jurist, you can't be too quick or too hasty. And even after you make a decision, sometimes you find yourself going back and reflecting on what may have caused you to make that decision, what kinds of things may have stood out. So that constant self-assessment is important. And that helps you determine, well, did I make that decision because, or did I do, So yes, that's what I do.
I really appreciate your responses, Judge Gallivan. I think we're very fortunate to have you in this very critical role of Superior Court judge. And absolutely at the appropriate time, my vote will be yes for your renomination to the court. Thank you very much.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. President, for your line of questioning. Of course, you also, Judge Gallivan. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 7 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of this territory. Good day to the testifiers. First of all, my first set of questions to Judge Gallivan has to do you have a full count of all the cases that you are currently dealing with? That's the first part of the question. And the second part is, can you share with me the amount or the percentage that you have been able to dispose of? And could you also share with me what portion of the cases that you're dealing with you would say are the most difficult that might take an extended period of time?
Thank you. Yes, I do have a list of all of my open case log. I have also a list of all of the cases that have been closed in the last 16 years that I have sat on the bench, including those from the family court. I did not calculate a clearance rate, but I believe the last time it was calculated, it was well over 92%. So I'm clearing most of my cases. My backlog has declined. The backlog that I inherited in 2019 has declined. I currently, as I know...
Go ahead.
I currently have 203 cases as of when did I run that number? Maybe a few days ago. 203 open cases. The reason I note that 114 of them are guardianships because those don't generally close right away. Depending on if it's a guardianship of a minor, it may stay open until they reach the age of majority. If it is of an incapacitated person, then it may stay open until, unfortunately, the person passes. And the same for the conservatorships and for the involuntary commitments. I have a case that dates back to 1991.
Oh my.
Right, so I mean, so it's passed through several judges. It will not close most likely until that person passes away. So that's why I make the distinction because the number of active cases, and then you asked about the cases that are most difficult. I'm sorry, yeah. I missed your last question.
Yes, well, what fraction of the cases might be the most difficult?
You know, it depends. I would say the child custody cases, those divorce cases that involve maybe a certain amount of wealth on the part of the parties might be more complex than others. Certainly, I think family court is not as broad, clearly, as the general civil and criminal division matters are. So that makes it easier to both open and close cases. I will say that.
Well, I'm happy for your detailed response because one of the things, even as a representative, I'm always concerned about is the backlog. And I wanted to get some clarity as to, like, for you, how do you work on getting your cases cleared? But clearly by sharing that differentiation between some that might be never ending open because it's a continuous situation, that gives us a broader idea. When we hear these large numbers, by getting this breakdown, we say, well, wait a minute, it might not be as bad as we might think it is based on how some of them are categorized. So I do appreciate you sharing that. One of the things I often wonder in regards to being a judge, a lot of your decision has to be based strictly by law, dealing with the laws of the land. But you also have to deal with public opinion. And a lot of times I get concerned about what kind of effect that might have dealing with the public opinion side of it, because sometimes everybody is not fully aware of what the law might be. And as a judge, you're aware of it, but not every outcome of a case would make a public happy. How do you deal with that in even trying to make sure even the public sometimes understands what's happening?
It's a very difficult aspect of the job, right? As I noted earlier, potentially 50% of the people are going to think you're the most learned judge, and 50% are going to think you don't know what you're doing on any given day. So popularity or public opinion cannot be the barometer by which you judge your cases. You must commit yourself to judging based on the facts as they are presented and the law. You just must. And you cannot, I'm not saying you're not bothered by it. There are times when I wish I could speak out, particularly when judges are, in my mind, wrongfully accused of making a bad or poor decision. But it comes with the territory. It comes as a part of the job, and it cannot control your decision making.
Excellent. I'm happy for that response. I want to ask about privacy.
1 minute.
A lot of the cases with are involving of minors, personal matters. How do you deal with that? Because, sometimes people come into a courtroom and then all of a sudden people try to spread information to the public when certain things should be either left in the courtroom, or how do you handle that side, especially protecting, especially our younger children when they have issues and court cases?
Well, most of our cases in family court
30 seconds.
We're considered a closed court. So the public is not invited, and the only people that generally appear in our matters that are not parties are people who have an interest or who the parties themselves have invited. I also think that our court staff is trained on a regular basis of avoiding disseminating information. I know when I hire people into my chambers, that's a discussion that we have. It is a small community, and so we constantly talk about not sharing information about the cases with people who don't have a need to know. Our electronic filing system, even though there is public access, there's no public access to the family court cases.
Excellent. Well, I am very happy with your responses. I know I heard time, but I want to thank you for the work that you have been doing, because from what you have responded here today and listening to some of your responses from my other colleagues, I am very sure that you will be renominated, and I do support you continuing on doing the best work that you can do on behalf of the people of this territory. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. I do have a question, Judge, and this, of course, lends to a response that you made when questioned, and you mentioned the late Judge Ishmael Myers and what he did as far as the tools he utilized when he had a challenging decision to make. What tools do you utilize when you are making a decision that is very challenging for you? How do you approach it to get to that end that you deem would be a fair process for all parties concerned?
First of all, I believe strongly in preparing for my case matters. Particularly those that we receive information in advance for both Department of Health and Department of Human Services. We receive sometimes pages of reports on how this person may be doing, some of the challenges they have been facing. So we will prepare in advance by reading the material that has been presented to the court. During the hearing, I work very hard to listen to all of the parties that are before the court and to listen intently and to not judge those matters ahead of time. You know, there's a push and pull, but over the course of the years, I think I have been better able to meet that standard, to wait. I have law clerks that will work on the cases, and sometimes I won't tell them what proposed order they should present to the court. And so I'll know or I'll understand what their reasoning might be, how they may have looked at it. So I'm looking at alternative views on how a matter might be decided, or maybe how a fact should be interpreted. And then there's a period of reflection. Sometimes I will call a colleague. What do you think about this? You know, do you think that this law could be interpreted this way or that way? So there's a number of ways that you can address a situation or a matter.
And thank you so much, because that just adds to how complex and in-depth being a judge is. At this time, the chair would like to recognize Senator Clifford A. Joseph Jr. For your 7 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the nominee. I guess for me personally, I don't have much questions, because a lot of time when you know somebody personally, you know your capabilities and you know what you've been doing. From my standpoint, I first worked with you as you were the chief negotiator. I was the president for one of the union for the fire department at the time. And again, product of UVI, you're the University of the Virgin Islands, and you're giving back to our community. I listened to some of the questions that were asked earlier, but on a personal note, over and over, I, as a firm believer, is the only thing that doesn't lie to mankind is numbers. And when I look at your numbers, I look at your numbers and your numbers look at the numbers, it's clear that you shouldn't have no backlog, because you're going in, you and your staff, and getting the people business done. And that's what stands out to me most. Not me and no personal business, but numbers. I bake on numbers. Numbers is the only thing that don't lie to mankind. You could subtract, you could add. When you're done, the number gonna be the number. Somebody could tell you something verbally, it's gonna change over time, but numbers continue to shine. You shining based on numbers. On a personal base, I look and I could ask questions based on like what challenges that, and I think you maybe mentioned it already with human services, as far as them getting, they themselves, when they have cases to deal with that maybe the child is no longer at a home and now under their facilities, and it comes to you guys to deal with, how does that work out?
So human services, as I noted, they play a big role. It's a very big organization with a lot of divisions, and they affect children and families in a lot of ways. When they remove a child from a home, it can be quite traumatic for the child. And so there's a process that has been put in place to address those types of cases. And there are a bunch of definitive rules about how we're supposed to react in order to either safely return the child to the home or to find an alternative placement for the child. These are amongst the most important cases that we have. And while we're not getting as many cases as I think we should, and I don't know why that's the case, I'm happy to report that at least from our perspective, I'm meeting those benchmarks. I'm scheduling the initial hearings within the timeframes that are expected by both the rules and the law, and I'm processing those cases and trying to provide the services to the families, the children and the families, so that permanency can be achieved for that child, whatever permanency is supposed to look like. We've had some good successes, but again, I think the problem is that we're not seeing the type of case numbers that we should. I refuse to believe that we do not have a bigger problem with child abuse and neglect in our territory. It's not just here, it's also on St. Thomas.
I hear you.
I don't know if I answered your question, but that's certainly the most important aspect of what I understood from your question.
Well, I stand in support of you myself for your renomination, and I'll just urge you to continue doing what you're doing, and I like the fact that you're looking forward for that hybrid, because some other courtrooms are lagging behind. So it'll be good if you guys could create that hybrid to allow some of the other workload to come over to meet you if you got you or any other judge that had that space. So,
yeah, if I could, I don't set the policy for
no, I
the
understand.
court. That's just an idea that I have.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's you mentioned it, so I think I am sold by it already, because I myself, I waited on a civil case from 2009, and I still can't get to court. So I understand clearly what I would like to see. But out of that, again, continue doing what you're doing, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Jr. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Maurice C. James for your 7 minutes. Kindly proceed. Kindly recognize the mic of Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone inside and outside the room. So I am going to call you Jessica, because I have that right. You know, Jessica, this morning I was thinking that of Mama's more than 30 children, grandchildren, that is just you and me and Tutsi living in the Virgin Islands. Everybody else has gone away. And then I was thinking how proud Mama would be that you and I are both in this room together, representing the Espinosa family. You struck a chord with me at the very same time that you said that Louise made sure that you had a Catholic education, because my mother, Kansi, and her mother, Louise, were single parents. And I have no idea, because my mother didn't get child support, nor did yours, how they were able to afford a Catholic education for us. And so when people talk about, oh, people went to Catholic school, they don't realize that sometimes poor parents decided to spend their hard-earned money to send their children to Catholic school. I don't know about any other school, but I'm talking about Catholic school, because I saw it in my family. And so I want to thank Louise and Kansi for doing that. I want to thank Attorney Adrienne Dudley, because when I came home from law school, you were the one person who wrote, you probably don't remember this, welcoming me back as a Crucian to St. Croix and practicing law. and it made a difference in my mind that a woman of your caliber and St. Thomas would reach out to me. And so today, when you talked about my cousin being highly intelligent, which she is, it runs in the family. I mean, we have to be proud of who we are. Michael Jordan, I'm proud of his genius, athletic genius. Well, we're proud of our intellectual genius. So, Adrienne, Attorney Dudley, thank you so much for saying those things about my cousin. Thank Attorney Pate for coming and having the bar support her. When people come in front of us as nominees, sometimes, you get texts and saying, Senator James, that person shouldn't be nominated because they're lazy. No one can say that about Jessica Gallivan. No one in this territory. Because growing up, I know that my family taught us the value of education and hard work. Hard work. We knew that by hard work was how we were going to succeed in this community. And we also knew growing up in the projects that there were people who were not better off than us, that Mama would give her can of milk even when our shelves were empty. And I also knew that coming home from St. Mary's School, that when Mama decided to boil the pot of rice, and I had to open the can of pork and beans and Vienna sausage and throw them in the pork and beans, that's what we ate.
And the Chef Boyardee.
And the Chef Boyardee. That's what we ate. So, when people see success as my cousin has achieved, you don't know what her mother and what she had to go through in John F. Kennedy Project, but I know. Maurice James knows. And when you move to Harbor View, I know. Because I moved from Red Brick to Chabot Project. And I also know something that you didn't share with me, but that your brother Corey shared with me. And this may sound strange to a lot of people here because I didn't know this. Jessica's father is a white man, and my father is a black man. That's why we look the way we look. Okay? But her brother Corey also went to Central High School, and he was a victim of racism in this community, discrimination, because he looked white. It didn't matter that he was a Espinosa. And he probably never shared it with you. But sometimes when I see, somebody said to me, Jessica is your cousin, she's a white woman. And I laugh and I say that we come from a mixed family. And so we understand about the heart and soul of people and not the color of their skin. So when people in this community talk about colorism and racism, they don't understand what some of us went through. Because really, at the end of the day, it's classism in this society. It's the poor in this society that needs to be taken care of.
1 minute.
And I know that because of how we grew up, that as a judge, you have been stellar in how you treat those of us in this community who are less than. I know that. So I'm not voting for you because you are my cousin. I'm voting for you because you are my cousin and I know who you are. And I know from where you came and why you're sitting in front of me today. And I know why your workload, your caseload is the number it is. So, you know, Tita and Sadie would be proud of you. And Kansi and Vi and Junie and Daddy and Mama and Debbie. You know that. So Jessica, you have my vote. There's no conflict. You have my vote.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Maurice James, for sharing those deeply emotional memories that we all, in some form or shape, have been experienced here in our community, not just because we are residents of here and we have that level of melting pot, so to speak, in the Virgin Islands. It still exists. We should look at the merit of each human being and not really look at the vessel that we are in. We have to look beyond that. And I really appreciate Senator Maurice James for that personalized aspect, really stating the very humble beginnings both her and you share, and a lot of our public servants. So the listening public and people could appreciate, not because you're a judge mean that you have not worked hard to achieve. You've worked harder than most, especially when you come from very humble beginnings. And I want to state this, especially when you're a female. Man, you work 10 and 20 times harder because you have to prove that you can stand firm on your own ground. And we have a different type of discrimination that we encounter as women and professional women in arenas. So I really want to thank Senator Maurice James for her perspective and for her point of view here today. The chair will now recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, Vice Chair of this committee, and also Vice President of the 36th Legislature. Senator Gittins, you can proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. And thank you, Madam Chair, for intervening there. Because in my Crucian twang, me no wrong with them. They know it's a Bali, and they're going to start this thing here. So thank you for giving me at least a little 1 minute to compose myself. A special good morning to you, Judge Gallivan. I apologize, I didn't get a haircut, a shave, but I put on a jacket in a committee hearing just for you. Special good morning to your two home run hitters that you brought with you on either side. Good to see you, Attorney Pate and my good friend, Attorney Dudley. Good to see you. Always good to see you, smiling. You know, as I listen to your cousin, it's all about the village raising a child and not necessarily about what community we came from. Whether Kennedy, Mombiju, Campo Rico, it's about the village that raised us. And so when I see people coming from neighborhoods that some would say might have a little more trouble than the others, or those that are not gated, we still have a mind of our own. And again, it's about the village raising us. So I embrace her pride and what she was saying about how you all were raised and whatnot. And as she started to talk about what we were eating and drinking and things back in the day, well, are you a little older than me, but I understand exactly what she was saying. And like my good comrade and buddy here next to me was saying, man, listen, back in the day, I remember we used to have to take the peanut butter jar and thing, wash it out and make it your special cup. So we understand. But we live in this community together, and the task that you have is one that's tough. Now, I'm not your cousin, so you're going to have to convince me today as to why I'm to vote and re-nominate you to this bench. Now, you've been on the bench within the family court for what, about 6 years?
6 years, Senator.
So, I wanted to ask you first about reflecting on your 6 years on the bench there and what you consider most significant. And I also wanted to ask you the areas you believe that there's room for improvement, but you're going to take up too much of my time. So just tell me briefly your experience of how effectively are governmental agencies here identifying and addressing mental health issues and juvenile offenders who come before your court.
I would like to say, in particular, I support the leadership of the Commissioner of the Department of Health.
I understand, but just tell me the truth. How effective?
We have been working on attacking the issue of mental health challenges in the territory. She's responsive. I think we have raised the standard of how we treat those people who are mentally ill. Of course, I only get to address the ones that come before the court, but we are identifying better placements. I know I am insisting on regular reviews of their care and their treatment. I've seen the Commissioner of Health be very receptive to ideas that I have proposed about, for example, helping families visit with their loved ones who are in off-island placements. I've had the occasion to call her late at night for a friend that was having a mental health challenge, and she came out of her house.
Good. So I see the progress.
There's collaboration. There's work being done.
With the Department of Health. No,
With the Department of Health, most assuredly.
Tell me about those with the Department of Human Services with our juvenile offenders.
We have a small group of people that assist with the juvenile, those juvenile offenders, those that come in front of me. And I wish they had more soldiers. They have some very good ones, but they need more resources. We need more social workers. We need more programs to send our children to. Unfortunately, one of the things I often find myself saying is sometimes I have little left in my toolbox. I don't believe in
1 minute.
In detaining or incarcerating youthful offenders as a, quickly. I think it has to be a last resort. But sometimes that's the only thing that we have left in our toolbox because we're unable to identify programs and resources for them. So I think we need to have some attention in those areas.
So I was going to ask you next if you've seen any improvements with the mental health services.
30 seconds.
At least within the last 6 years.
I would say yes. I absolutely would say yes. I would say that there's still a lot to do. But yes, I have seen improvement. I think both of the commissioners are very responsive once the information is brought to their attention.
And I would agree with that because these are two commissioners or agency heads that have been very responsive whenever I call as well. But I want to call a spade a spade. I do believe that the Department of Human Services is, may I, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you. Is just too big. It's really too big. And they have two areas there that I want to work with my colleagues in seeing if we could remove them from under the Department of Human Services to put them someplace else. But YRC is one. YRC needs to move from under the Department of Human Services and our nursing homes. Our nursing homes need to be managed by a clinical agency, people with clinical minds, etc. So hopefully we'll be able to work on that. And I want to close off. There's so much more. I came here with so much notes, and I know I can't ask you all these questions, but I could pick up the phone and call you. But I want to close off by saying you spoke to how the building looked at the courts, at the courthouse and whatnot here in St. Croix. I do believe that I've been back and forth with the court administration about fees and whatnot that the courts are able to levy. However, I've been reviewing, I believe it was Title 4, Section 516, which speaks to the clerks of the superior courts being able to collect these fees. There were some 13 points. But as I read down to the very end, I saw where I really need to take a look at this to see how we could help out the courts, because it specifically says such fees to be paid over to the Treasury of the Virgin Islands. So that means that whatever fees you all collect under this title goes all into what we call the black hole. But we need to find a way to be able to help the courts some more as we talk about case clearances and whatnot. You need to have the personnel to be able to do it, and I embrace the response that you gave the Senate President, I believe it was, and I wanted people looking at this to take a page out of your book too, that when a question is asked, you just answer it specifically. And I like when you just responded yes, and you left it right there. He had to ask you to expound on your response. So good move there. But I do agree with you that when you have to continue some of those cases, you don't want to push something forward and then next thing you know, it has to be overturned because you didn't provide or grant sufficient time to review or to carry on this case. So at the appropriate time, I'm looking forward to supporting your nomination. I know that you're built for it. All of us could be something that people don't like at some point in time, but I know those of us who have it within us that have a love for this place and want to see us all do better. And I do believe that your heart is in the right place with the courts. Let's just put our heads together and do this all together. All right? Thank you for your service. Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, I will support the nomination of, the renomination of this nominee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Madam Clerk, kindly place 7 minutes on the clock for me. I want to thank you, Judge Gallivan, for saying yes. And to this renomination, your track record speaks well of you. You and I had a really robust conversation on April 2nd, and we talked about a lot of things, and I shared with you it was because of a family court judge that I became a parent as a guardian, and I always thankful for that. My girls are thriving, and I am exceedingly happy that the judges in those two cases made that decision. And none of my girls have been touched by the judicial system or human services, and I'm a single parent. So that's why I say that as females, we work doubly hard because we have to multitask on a lot of fronts. And so I'm going to ask you, how do you manage? That's the first one. How do you manage work, home, and life? Because the work of a judge is a lot of work. You have to read through a large amount of pleadings, and then write, be able to do research and the like. How do you manage that and manage your time?
I think you have to be intentional, right? When it's time to work, you have to work. And then when it's time to take a reprieve, you have to take a reprieve. This year, for the first time in 16 years, I took an extended vacation of 3 weeks. And I checked my emails, but unless it was an emergency, I did not respond. So I think that's how you deal with that. I would like to see additional services provided to not just the judge that deals with these difficult issues, but for the employees that are in court when we confront some of these very serious issues. I think that that's also a change that can occur and hopefully will occur with additional resources being provided to the court. That when we deal with death, when we deal with aging, when we deal with mental health issues, we remember that our employees and our judges are exposed to these issues on a daily basis, and some form of mental health, if not treatment, but some sort of mental health services should be provided and could be provided to help us balance those issues with the challenges that we experience as people in our daily lives. So yes, you have to, in short, I think you have to be intentional.
Very good. Very good. I know you have to be intentional, be timely, and definitely be able to implement that time and stand firm with that taking a break. I want to now delve into your philosophy. That's a question I typically ask any member of the legal community when they're coming here to be nominated, or in your case, renominated to a judgeship. What is your philosophy on judicial activism? And what effect should judges have in setting or promoting public policy?
So it's a great question. It's one that I've confronted at various conferences that I've been to. You know, organizations like the NCJ, FCJ advocate for more activism from the bench. Again, you have to find a balance, because your role, you have to stay within your lane, but you also have to create opportunities, particularly in a small community like ours, to show the community that you care, that you have an interest in the problems, that you are aware, that you have a certain awareness. I do that through the small number of outreach programs that I do. I think you have to be a bit more careful being an activist from the bench, although I would accuse myself of being that when it comes to the poor, the impoverished, and the mentally ill. I insist on a particular level of engagement from the agencies, and I hold them to account when I don't think that I get it. So, but it's not a personal interest of mine, it's a community interest that I foster.
Thank you.
That's the difference.
And that's very critical, because you have to, even though you're on the bench, you have to also lead by example. And the best way, I think, and I know, to demonstrate that is by your actions, not necessarily your words. And that's why I liked to see that whole cleanup and painting of the juvenile facility here in St. Croix that you and the employees and the young people undertook. That is very powerful. I want to next move on to my next question. I didn't really glean it from your testimony, but what inspired you to become in a career
1 minute.
as a legal career and then for judgeship? What inspired you? What was your inspiration?
I wish I had a lofty inspiration. I didn't. I happened into legal study. A friend of mine was gonna sit for the LSAT, and I decided, oh, I think I'll try that. So I wasn't intentional at the time. I didn't set out to save the world. And I would often say that in interviews and often wonder if that's why I didn't get the legal job, right? Because I didn't have this lofty grand design. But I feel blessed that once I became a lawyer, I really enjoyed the practice of law. I enjoy the prospect of helping people, of solving problems. And of course, being a judge gives you an opportunity to help in a different way. But it's
Time.
also the pinnacle of, or considered pinnacle of a legal career. And so I think a lot of lawyers aspire to be a judge. And again, once I happened into it, I found that I loved the opportunity to serve and to help others. And so that's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I do have one last burning question. And I know for us here in the legislature, as legislators, we have to take some time out. People think we're going on junkets to some of these conferences. It's not that at all. We have to be able to have some professional development opportunities so that we can bring back, and colleagues and I have brought back legislation based on some of those discussions with our peers. So my question is, how do you keep current with the changes in the law and the legal precedents and procedures? How do you stay current with that?
So I've been fortunate to attend some conferences that I have been engaged with through the court system. I also keep my registrations with the ABA and the Texas Bar Association, where I receive regular publications. So I read. I pay attention to the news because it seems to me 95% of the news is law related. So, you know, having an awareness, reading, attending conferences can be helpful. Those are the types of things that I think I do to stay abreast.
Very well. I don't have any further questions. This time, I would like to recognize the presence of committee member and legislative secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Avery Lewis as present and
Motion.
give us the tally of the number of individuals, number of members present for the committee meeting today.
Madam Chair, you have 7 present, 0 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
Motion.
I hear a motion from Vice Chair Kenneth Gittins. You are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I move that the renomination of Jessica Gallivan as judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, the St. Croix District, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move. Second.
The nomination.
Second.
The nomination for the governor's the renomination as judge for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the St. Croix District. The Honorable Jessica Gallivan has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senator Milton E. Potter, Clifford A. Joseph Jr., and I believe I heard somewhat, Senior, I'm sorry. Did I hear anyone in the St. Thomas Chambers?
It's a second. Francis Heiliger said second.
And Senator Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the renomination of the Honorable Jessica Gallivan to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands for the St. Croix District.
Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Kenneth O. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Angel Bocas Jr. Yay. Yay or nay?
Yay.
Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery A. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's renomination as judge for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the St. Croix District, the Honorable Jessica Gallivan, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Judge Gallivan, on your vote here. Of course, you will await the legislative session for your nominee to be fully confirmed and ratified here in this body. At this time, I would like to afford you a minute to provide some closing remarks. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much for your leadership, and thank you to the members of the committee who have voted favorably for my nomination. Thank you for those non-committee members who came out and spoke in support of my nomination, particularly my cousin, Maurice James. I want to say a special thank you, obviously, to the governor of the Virgin Islands for his confidence that he has continued to place in me. I thank both attorneys Dudley and Pate for supporting my nomination. And if finally confirmed by the full body, I look forward to continuing to serve the Virgin Islands well.
Thank you so much. I would like to also thank Attorney Pate as well as Attorney Dudley for being here today to give and strengthen the judge's nomination, to know that both of you are from the legal community and you carved out time to be here, especially Attorney Dudley, you flew over from St. Thomas to be here in person. You could have done this virtually, but you felt it was incredibly important. You understood the importance of this nomination, and you were able to fly over here and be here on time, and I appreciate that deeply, as well as you, again, Attorney Pate, for being here. I remember you were here also during the Attorney General Gordon Ray's nomination. At this time, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, your testimony and presence, you are released from your testimony and presence at the Committee on Rules and Judiciary Committee, and the committee will stand in recess for 30 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading Block 2 of today's meeting into the agenda.
Block 2, 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in the domestic violence cases, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr., Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Carla Joseph. Bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 512, increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senators Kenneth L. Gittins, Franklin D. Johnson, Avery L. Lewis, Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Carla Joseph. Co-sponsored, Senator Maurice C. James and Court A. VLA. Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Sections 41, 42A, and 43A and C, to clarify that gross receipts taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of physical location. Sponsored by Senators Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Novell E. Francis Jr., Maurice C. James, Hubert L. Frederick, Angel L. Bocas Jr., Franklin D. Johnson, and Marvin A. Blyden. This ends the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we are going to proceed by having each of the bills introduced by their sponsors in the order that they were read into the record. And thereafter, we will consider and have a discussion on the bills as one block. We will have a discussion on the bills as in one block, and therefore I will be allotting 5 minutes to discuss these bills in this block. Who speaks on bill number 36-0005?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Angel Bocas Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on bill number 36-0005. I am proud to stand as a sponsor of this bill, along with the other sponsors, which is to strengthen our justice system by prioritizing the safety of domestic violence survivors. This bill establishes a clear, fair framework for bail decisions, ensuring that the courts consider the threat posed to victims and the community. It also provides for non-monetary release conditions when appropriate. It also provides for recognizing the financial hardships individuals may face that should not compromise our public safety. And this is a step towards protecting our most vulnerable among us from having to deal with repeat offenses, which, based on the statistics, seem to occur. I wanted to mention that this bill was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction. Amendments were made to the bill. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender, after the amendments, endorsed the bill, along with the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, along with the Virgin Islands Police Department. There was a concern raised by my colleagues, and I'm happy to report that the amendment to quell that concern will be provided today in the form of Amendment 36-353, which was properly circulated via email, and for those in St. Croix, only via email, but members here, my colleagues have a paper copy in hand. I'll see if I can get copies, if necessary, to the senators in the St. Croix district. But for most part, I'm looking forward to asking for your support on this measure. It was brought before in the 35th legislature of the Virgin Islands and vetoed by the governor. We did not have an opportunity to make any changes, as it was the last session of that legislature. So we did our due diligence and coordinated with the Attorney General's office, VIPD, and all other stakeholders to make the appropriate amendments so that the bill is in its current form. And of course, after this last amendment, should be ready, of course, with your support, which I'm asking for, so that we can move forward to the full body for further action and consideration. I thank you for the time to speak on 36-0005 and ask for your support, colleagues and Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Bolkes. We will wait receiving the copy of the amendment. You could also send it by text in that group chat that I established. Let's take a photo of it and send it through that route if it could be more expedited for you. At this time, the chair will recognize person to speak on behalf of Bill number 36-0036. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and my colleagues. Again, I'm pleased to introduce Bill number 36-0036 on behalf of the bill's sponsor, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, to update local traffic fines and establish a police impound lot. This bill was approved by the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety on April 3rd, 2025. This legislation was subject of a great amount of discussion and vetting by my colleagues and the Virgin Islands Police Department going all the way back to the last term. Simply put, traffic fines have not kept up with pace with inflation nor the seriousness of its offense. It has been more than 13 years since any adjustments were made to traffic penalties. Adjusting the fines will help to serve as a deterrent for dangerous driving behaviors, encourage drivers to follow the law and to drive more safe on our roads. And as we know that there have been many, many traffic accidents consistent with distracted driving and other dangerous driving behaviors. It is important to note that on April 3rd, Homeland Security hearing, both the Attorney General and the Virgin Islands Police Department expressed strong support for Bill number 36-0036. Police Commissioner Maria Brooks testified that an increase in traffic violations may be linked to the current penalty structure, which has not been an adequate deterrent. It is also important to note that the necessity of an impound lot on both the St. Thomas and St. Croix is necessary. As just one example of why we need impound lots, there is currently no place to truly secure vehicles in the event of a car involved in a crime and need to be confiscated for evidentiary value. This bill also designates money from traffic fines to go to the courts, the agency issuing traffic citation, the Police Athletic League, and the Rising Star Steel Orchestra, and the impound lot. I want to express my gratitude on behalf of Senator Kenneth L. Gittins to all those who have supported the measure, as well as those senators who have signed on as a primary bill sponsor, to include Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Avery Lewis, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Carla Joseph, as well as co-sponsor Senator Maurice James, Kurt Vela, and myself, Novel E. Francis Jr. I ask for the support of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary today for Bill number 36-0036. Together we can make a significant difference in the safety and well-being of our community. And thank you very much, and I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis, for those introductory words. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 36-0063?
Aye, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Jr. Senior.
Colleagues, I rise to again ask for your support for Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Section 41, 42A, and 43A, And C, to clarify the gross receipt taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of your physical location, sponsored by myself, Senator Nobel Francis Jr., Senator Maurice James, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Angel Borges Jr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Oh, you got it. And Kurt A. Villay, Senator Kurt A. Villay. The intent of this bill is quite simple. It makes clear that all businesses must pay gross receipt taxes. The measure tightens up the code so that moving forward, all businesses pay their fair share. At the appropriate time, I will be introducing an amendment number 36-381, offering myself and Senator James. The amendment will remove reference to physical location and makes it clear who is responsible to pay gross receipt taxes in the territory, addressing concern raised by members of the community, and closes the loophole that currently exists. Colleagues, I ask for your continued support of this measure and the amendment that will be offered. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph Sr. At this time, we will commence with a 5-minute debate time, beginning with Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't need my full 5 minutes. I am definitely supportive of all 3 bills in this final block, beginning with Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases. Domestic violence is absolutely a scourge in our community. I think that establishing a mandatory minimum bail will definitely act as a deterrence for further commission of this crime, but also serve to keep potentially dangerous individuals, from further interaction with their domestic partner. So I am absolutely supportive of this bill and commend the sponsors for it. Bill number 36-0036. I think that traffic safety, without question, is a major concern for persons in our community, for the general public, and increasing penalties for reckless driving, illegal parking, other dangerous violations serves as a necessary deterrent to unsafe behaviors, and it also helps to protect the general public. Stricter enforcement and meaningful consequences can significantly reduce incidences of accidents and injuries and ultimately fatalities in our community. Finally, Bill number 36-0036. The amendment clarifies and expands the scope of the Virgin Islands gross receipt tax to include non-resident businesses with substantial economic activity in the territory, regardless of physical presence. And I think this is really an attempt to close the loopholes and to increase potential income for our territory. So at the appropriate time, it is my intentions to vote in the affirmative for all 3 bills. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Milton Potter. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory and to the staff. As it relates to Bill 360005, I do support this piece of legislation. Anything that's going to help clean up the code in regards to more protections being put in place for victims, I think is a definite positive. I do also support the amendment where I did get some further clarity from the sponsor as it relates to payment, but that part is going to be stricken because it's usually funded through grants through some of the nonprofits. So I did appreciate him sharing that additional information with me. As it relates to 350036, I do support that some of these changes were made. One of my issues last term, when this was originally brought forward, I did support the impound lot, but I had a major concern with just raising these fees without information, knowledge, nothing. But I will say that they did come to the committee and they did share the information with the committee and the public. And I think based on looking as a comparison to what they were before and what they have been adjusted to, some of them are not too far-fetched. So I can't say that I will not be supporting this measure at this time. And the beauty I always tell people of this institution is whatever law we make as a body, if there's a situation where we need to adjust it, we are the lawmaking body and we could make adjustments. As it relates to 360036, I think this is a good piece of legislation because we have quite a bit of, we have potentially anywhere from 15 to $20 billion that's being spent in this territory. And based on the fact that we are not, I think, fortunate to have such a large labor force to help rebuild the Virgin Islands that the way we need to, we do have to tap into companies and businesses that are going to be doing business here in the territory. 5% of 20 billion is a lot. And I was getting very leery of being put in situations where this money that is supposed to come into this territory, not only to rebuild, but also circulate in the territory, a lot of it is going to have to leave the territory. We will be left with the buildings, but the circulation of the funds is going to leave the territory. And if we have the ability to make sure that we retain 5% of it for taxes to also benefit our infrastructure and benefit our territory, I think it's a positive situation that we're cleaning this up. I have sat in the Senate floor and had to go back and go to war with people that basically who had gotten over $1 billion out of this territory because of our recovery. They wanted to recoup and take back $60 million in taxes, the same 5% gross receipt taxes. And while some of my colleagues were willing to give it to them, I was not one of those people. And luckily, as a body, they understood the importance of holding on to that 5%. So I appreciate my colleague for coming up with this piece of legislation to expand that, to make sure that that 5% stays here. And this is going to be part of the message to any of you that feel that you're entitled to get monies back. That doorway is being closed off. I don't want to hear it, because when you look at these islands and say you want to do business with us, you know our laws include 5% gross receipts tax. I don't want to hear that the other 50 states don't have it. But when you're following that FEMA money, you know the Virgin Islands has it. So understand what you're dealing with. And while you're going to go with the money, you have to leave some right here. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I am in support of all three measures, and I look forward to casting my vote when I have an opportunity to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice C. James for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really came to push Bill number 36-0063, but I will say that the colleague that just spoke before me did such an excellent job of just stating the reasons why this particular bill is very important. I mean, everything that my colleague said, as she said, was on point. You know, it's unfortunate we don't have the people here who can do the job so that the money stays here and circulates here. But everybody comes here and then the money leaves and it doesn't circulate. And it's unfair equitably that people should be benefiting from disaster in paradise, really. And then they leave paradise and the money leaves paradise, and we are, as was stated, are left shore with the structures, but nothing circulating within our economy. And other jurisdictions, I want to say this too, have in fact imposed gross receipts on non-resident businesses. We're seeing it move in all areas simply because with technology and remote services, more and more people are able to tap into a jurisdiction's marketplace, which is basically what's happening here. You know, in our case, the marketplace is disaster recovery. But there are other areas where people are tapping into other jurisdictions and pulling the money out without being liable, and then in fact leaving the community not as fruitful and robust as it should be when you think about the amount of money that's leaving. When it comes to the, so I want to thank her for her eloquent support of Bill number 36-0063. And I also support the other bills. I believe it's important that we increase penalties. You know, someone said to me, well, it's unfair to increase the penalties for traffic violations. And I said, if you do not violate, you do not pay a penalty. That's basically it. You can't be assuming that because penalties are increased, fines are increased for violations of the law, no one should be upset about that, because you should not be violating the law in the first place. So I commend the sponsor for that particular bill. And of course, I also know that when it comes to the domestic violence cases, that the sponsor, Senator Bolquez, has put in a lot of work on getting this to where it can be applied fairly. And he has listened to the suggestions, the recommendations, the revisions. And so I look forward to supporting all three of these measures. I'm not on the committee, so I will be seeing this in at the full session. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Maurice James. At this time, I will recognize Senator Avery L. Lewis. Mr. Secretary, for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, colleagues, and the people of the Virgin Islands. As it pertains to the three bills before us this afternoon, Bill 36005, it was vetted in committee. He made some changes. I have the amendment here that was asked for. And true to his word, he brought it forward. So I stand in support of it this afternoon. As it pertains to the 360036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes. I definitely stand in full support of that. I see too many violations going on. Again, like the previous speaker said, if you don't commit any of these acts, you wouldn't be charged. But if you do commit these acts, in certain areas they are too low, but none of them is below $100. And then there's first time, second, and third time offenses in here as well. And that would give the courts and even us, not us, but the police department the flexibility, first time ever, that some of the funding is going to special activities. And I do support that. I see where an impound lot is needed, and so forth. As it pertains to Bill 360063, an act amendment Title 33, where everybody pay their fair share. This is about equity now in the Virgin Islands. And, everybody come in here and seeing the price, but don't want to pay their fair share. So this is one way of tightening up the loop. I thank the sponsors. And I myself added myself to be a co-sponsor or sponsor in this here, even to the amendment. But I do thank them for their due diligence and vetting this properly in a committee of jurisdiction. And, we just came back from Sea Trade. And while I was there at Sea Trade, every time you go, you purchase something, you see state tax, county tax, you see everything. Only here in the Virgin Islands, we don't ask for our fair share. People come here, they do work here, they turn off. Whether good work, bad work, they get paid. But never remit what is supposed to this government of the Virgin Islands. So I stand in full support with my colleagues to making sure that we put an end to that. Long gone those days when you could come and just take advantage of the Virgin Islands. That's it for me, Madam Chair. When it come due time, I'll be voting in favor of all three bills here today. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Secretary. Madam Clerk, kindly place 5 minutes on the clock for me. I want to first begin with commending all of the bill sponsors for coming forward and definitely introducing these very critical measures. I'll start off first with bill number 36-0005, which really hits at a very emotional and critical aspect relative to domestic violence we have here in the Virgin Islands. I listened intently in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety when this bill was heard. I remember it being introduced in the 35th legislature and it being vetoed. The bill sponsor came back this term having done extensive work to tighten it up to assure that our judicial branch, and we just had a nominee before us for judgeship, talk about the importance of what they do in the judicial branch, and so that our victims of domestic violence are secure and the judges have the flexibility to actually be able to have some type of bail and give the persons bail. Because remember, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. I'm also pleased that the bill's sponsor came forward with an amendment that some members had a little bit of challenge with the language, and he is prepared to offer that today. Then I want to move on to bill number 36-0036. This is to update the penalties and increase the penalties for traffic violations by the Department of Police and the impound lot. This is also a very critical piece of legislation because the penalties for traffic violations haven't been updated for since 10 to 13 years now. And one of the critical items I wanted to mention was this impound lot. It was shared by the men and women in blue who came and testified on this measure that, in fact, when certain vehicles are impounded, they are carried to a lot, a private lot, and sometimes those vehicles come up missing or they are damaged, and who has to pay the cost of that? The vehicle owner. So if they are in a government lot managed and secured by the government, this will be a very good and really safe effort for our residents to know that they're there. And because sometimes when they're impounded in a private lot, the individuals cannot get access to the vehicles after they have done what all they needed to do to have and regain possession of the vehicle. So I'm very happy to have signed on on both Bill 36-0036 as well as Bill number 36-0005. Now, Bill number 36-0063, I know it's going to be offered, an amendment is going to be offered for this bill as well, but it really speaks to a major loophole. I recall a couple of years ago during an election process, a candidate mentioned that we have a loophole with our gross receipts taxes wherein people can earn money here in the Virgin Islands, whether it's from projects that they're working on, and they don't live here, they're not domiciled here, and they aren't entitled to pay gross receipt taxes.
1 minute.
The sponsor of this legislation and the others have worked diligently along with the Bureau of the IRB, Bureau of Internal Revenue, to really close in this loophole, so we are going to have a win-win situation for all of us, especially knowing that if you derive income from the U.S. Virgin Islands, especially when you're looking at grants, you should be able to pay
30 seconds.
back that money. You should be able to be taxed for that money because that's where you earn it. Grants are typically given to areas to help boost the economy of that area. And this bill, because those funds will be coming back as taxes, is a incredible mechanism to assure that the economic boost that the economy needs and should have received because of those grants is realized.
Time.
So I want to really thank all of the bill sponsors for these items. I will start with bill number 36-0005, the sponsor to make a few closing remarks, and then of course we will await the motion and that one in particular. Senator Bocas?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you,
Yeah, just
Madam
to do
Chair.
a wrap-up.
Thank you. I did not have an opportunity to speak on the other two measures, so I wanted to take that opportunity and stand in support of both of them, 36-0036, which I support and delivers a long overdue update to the traffic laws and establishes a centralized impound lot, and increasing the penalties for violations and repeat violations, and reinvesting those fines into programs for youth and community initiatives, which is very important. Programs such as the Police Athletic League, Rising Stars, Steel Orchestra, and I believe that that helps to balance out the accountability and positive community engagement that we direly need in our society. As for Bill number 36-0063, I fully support this. It sort of puts a patch on the bucket that we go to the well and draw water with. And instead of the water wasting, we put a patch on it to try to protect our source, our water source, and our finances here so that we can have an economy that's thriving. And it's a critical loophole that has existed for quite some time. I have to commend the bill sponsor. And no matter where we're based, we have to be, if we're doing business here in the Virgin Islands, we should pay our fair share, as has been echoed here today over and over, which I agree with. And it ensures fairness and our local businesses are protected. So I definitely stand in support of all the measures and look forward to voting at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on the measures of Block 2. Of course, I'm not a member of this committee. However, at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative. I want to commend all of the bill sponsors and their due diligence and rigorous work to get us to this point where these bills are now being vetted once again in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and on to session for final vote. In Bill number 36-0005, I again want to say that we have seen, based on the testimony as well as the recent reports, that in fact domestic violence seems to be on the rise once again. There's tremendous amount of work that have gone into legislation to help to curb as well as to prevent domestic violence, and this is another one of those crime-fighting arsenal tool or legislation that we're hoping to assist in that endeavor. There is never any excuse for abuse, and I certainly want to again implore our police officers to continue to ensure that these legislation are being enforced, and to take this opportunity to commend all of those non-profit organizations, civic organizations that work towards the efforts of minimizing domestic violence in our community. And Bill number 36-0036, I want to recognize on the work of the bill sponsor in regards to the increase of traffic fines. Well, actually, the updating of traffic fines and fees. We know that this hopefully will serve as the deterrent, but more importantly, we're hoping with strong enforcement, we can continue to see some decline in the traffic accidents that we have seen. We have seen an unprecedented amount of vehicle fatalities of recent. And again, we need to ensure that there is strong enforcement and some punitive actions for those individuals that may violate the law, again, to get them into compliance. If you don't violate, then you don't have to pay anything, and we appreciate that. So again, this is not any means of increasing fines, but rather to update for the violation, so that we could have deterrent. And of course, the final measure for consideration today is Bill 36-0063. And we know that after disasters, we have individuals, unlike FEMA, that comes in to help our community, and those others, we have individuals that go around and just look at disaster-ravaged communities for the purpose of being able to make money off of them. I believe that this bill address a loophole, and let's not forget where this came from. Of course, we had the discussion from our IRB director some time back, which speak to this loophole that exists. And as a result of that, the bill sponsors certainly try to close that loophole with this piece of legislation so that everyone could pay their fair share. And for me, I believe that I'd like to see somewhere down the road that we're earmarking this this loophole that we're saving and funding that's coming in for some specific purpose. Whether it's going to be elderly care, for infrastructure improvement, roads, sidewalks, walkability, activities for sports, our youth sports. There should. My fervent hope is that at least now that we have this opportunity for some new revenues, that it could really be earmarked for some specific purpose. These disaster monies to make us as a community for the better. And I believe that there's an opportunity for us to be able to address some of those things that I've mentioned: elderly care, infrastructure, improvement, road, sidewalks, lighting, whatever we need to do to be able to earmark a portion of this money for some specific purpose that could be quantifiable and show improvement, quality of life improvement in our community. So I will be further lobbying with my colleagues to try to earmark some portion of this money so that we can make that a reality as we move forward with the consideration of this legislation. All in all, again, these are three good pieces of legislation that have been put forth by a collective working of my colleagues, and I look forward to continuing to support these type of legislation going forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time, and I stand in support of all of these pieces of legislation before us in block number 2.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. The chair would recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, Vice Chair, for his 5 minutes. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you,
Madam Chair, I too, good afternoon to all. Thank you for the time. I too support the measures in this block. I want to speak specifically to Bill number 36, that's 0036, and thank the other sponsors of the bill, Senators Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senators Avery Lewis, and co-sponsors Senator Maurice James, also sponsors Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and yourself, Madam Chair, Carla Joseph. These traffic fines, as was introduced earlier, have not kept pace with the inflation nor the seriousness of these infractions. And it's been actually more than a decade that we have adjusted any of these fines. And adjusting them will hopefully serve as a deterrent, as we emphasized to the VA Police Department and other law enforcement agencies the importance of enforcement. Just day before yesterday morning, I was on the road extra early, and I couldn't believe the amount of vehicles I saw just going through red lights. I am sitting behind some vehicles. The light is red ahead of me, and at the same time, I'm still seeing 3 to 4 cars deep flowing right through the light as if it's a Coca-Cola sign. So I want to use this time to really emphasize to our law enforcement community the need for you to have strong enforcement efforts going. Yes, it saved lives. And when we see all these shootings taking place and whatnot, these guns don't usually get there on foot or on bicycle, although at times that have been the mode of movement. But oftentimes they're in vehicles. So we need to be a bit more proactive. It's also important to emphasize the urgency for the establishment of the police impound lot in both districts. It's time for our government to stop being what you call it? The word gone from me now, but we have been contracting basically private wrecker services to impound vehicles on our behalf. That's not the practice that we should have. So we should be able to secure our own vehicles safely. Those vehicles that are impounded for traffic violations and even those involved in criminal activity. The bill also designates monies to go to the courts for administrative processing fees. We heard from the judge earlier that they need more funding. The monies will also be going to the issuing agencies and to the Police Athletic League and the courts Youth Rising Stars Steel Orchestra. So it will be going towards our youths as well. And I'm asking for the support of my colleagues so that we could put this in place. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, for your 5 minutes. Do I hear an amendment?
Motion.
Senator Angel Borges Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to One moment. I apologize. I move to waive Rule 406 of the rules of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and offer amendment number 36-353, an amendment to bill number 36-0005. Bill number 36-0005 is amended in section 1, subsection C, by striking the following language. The legislature shall appropriate funding to the judicial branch to ensure access to such programs for all defendants regardless of financial status. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 36-353 has been properly moved by Senator Boquez and seconded by Senator Avery Lewis. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
You're recognized for your motion, Senator Boquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases, as amended, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0005, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Angel Boquez Jr., seconded by Senators Milton Potter, Gittins. Anyone in St. Thomas?
Lewis.
And Lewis. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on bill number 36-005 as amended.
Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Amma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Angel Boquez Jr.
Yea.
Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Avery A. Lewis.
L. Lewis, yea.
L. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 36-0005, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 2, Section 99, establishing a mandatory minimum bail amount in domestic violence cases, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Motion, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20 Virgin Islands Code Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 512, increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and final action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 36-0036 has been properly moved by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senators Potter and Joseph. Roll call on bill number 36-0036.
Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Angel Boquez Jr.
Yea.
Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Senator Amma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Yay.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0036, an act repealing and reenacting Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Section 512, increasing penalties for traffic violations, establishing a Virgin Islands Police Department impound lot, and for other related purposes, has been favorably approved in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action.
Motion.
Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., you are recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair.
Amendment.
Amendment.
Motion and amendment.
Motion. Okay, motion. Madam Chair, I move to waive Rule 406 and offer amendment number 36381, an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself and Senator Maurice James, Senator Nobel Francis Jr., Senator Milton Potter, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Claude Vrele, and Senator Avery Lewis.
Second.
Senator Gittins, we have an objection? Yes, ma'am. What is, hold one moment, Senator Joseph, what is the objection?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in a committee hearing, and we can't move to waive the rules of the legislature in a committee hearing.
You can, and we could go through legal counsel. We just did that, and it was voted upon. In fact, we were advised, excuse me, we were advised by legal counsel that that portion of the rules needed to be waived and then proceed.
I challenge the chair and ask that legal counsel please review that. We cannot, 7 members can't change the rules of the legislature when 15 of us voted on the rules of the legislature. So I ask you to take a recess, let legal counsel review that. If that was stated before, that was done in error.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in. And before we do that, Senator Clifford Joseph, kindly withdraw your motion.
I move to withdraw my motion.
Motion was properly withdrawn. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Do I hear a motion? You are recognized, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 360063, an act amending Title 33, VI Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Section 41, 42A, and 43A and C, to clarify that gross receipt taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of physical location, be voted on favorably in this committee and forward to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0063 has been moved properly by Senator Joseph Sr. and seconded by Senator Potter. Roll call on Bill number 36-0063.
Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Kenneth O. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? A mic.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Francis Heiliger for her vote. We're not hearing on this end.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, and I would also like to say that.
Thank you. Please cut off Senator Heiliger's vote. Mic. Continue with a roll call. We're in the middle of a roll call.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Angel Bocas Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Yay.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0063, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Chapter 3, Sections 41, 42A, and 43A and C to clarify the gross receipts taxes must be paid by all contractors doing business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of physical location, has been properly and favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Colleagues, I would like to thank everyone for their hard work today and for working through for us to be able to actually have a meeting with everyone in present and also to act on these bills. I'm thankful that we were favorably voted on all of the items that were in this agenda. In closing, I would like to indicate and thank my staff and the senatorial staff, and I also want to make special notice and to really congratulate all of the winners for the various carnival pageants, including the Carnival Petite Princess, Sky Lewis, the Carnival Junior Miss, Jada Marie Donovan, and of course the Carnival Queen, Arlisa Paul, and special congratulations to my Sunday school student, Kesa Freeman, who is the 2025 Carnival Princess. Again, thank you everyone for your attendance and thank the hardworking central staff and my staff, the committee, and before I go, have a safe and enjoyable carnival. Come over and eat all the treats that you can and be safe. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting for Thursday, April 24th, 2025 is hereby adjourned.